Goodbye. Greetings.
Did you know that Bruce Wayne is Batman?
Oh. Lightning fast VCR repair. This is Mike. How can I help you? No, we can't help you with your Netflix. I don't even know what that is. Oh, go fuck yourself.
Mike, you shouldn't be yelling at the customers.
Well, we keep getting these calls about people who want to watch a movie about nets. I didn't even know there were so many beekeepers in Wisconsin.
Mike, Netflix is a streaming service.
Oh, so it's about fishing nets. I get it. That makes a lot more sense.
Mike, I think we need to face reality. The VCR repair business is no longer viable. People watch movies on their fucking phones now. Oh God, what are you doing?
Well, I think I'm watching the new Zack Snyder film.
Hey, speaking of loud, obnoxious, miserable, tiresome, worn out and old, we should really give Mr. Plinkett a visit, see if that cow's still milkable.
I think I know what you mean. You want to squeeze on his old tits to see if any milk comes out so that we could sell it on the street corner. Hello? Hello? Mr. Plinkett? Hello?
Hey Mike, who's that guy?
Oh my God, I don't know. Hey fucko! Who are you?
Oh, hi, I'm Rich from Lightning Fast VCR Repair.
What?
You work for Lightning Fast VCR Repair?
Yeah, Tim hired me after these two guys, these two homosexual men, Mike and Jay. I think they went off on some kind of gay retreat in a mountaintop somewhere.
Now that, my friend, is only partially true.
Well, anyway, it seems like the second they left, we started getting flooded with calls from all over town. So everyone needed their VCRs repaired. I've been so busy I can't keep up.
Is that so? Okay, here's how it's gonna go down. I'm gonna shoot him in the back of the head with the shotgun. You shoot him repeatedly in the testicles with your pistol.
Wait, we might be able to use this to our advantage. Now this guy looks pretty dumb. We might be able to use him.
I think I know where you're going with this, Jay. Yeah, we can milk his tits. So, what was his name, Rich?
Yeah.
Rich, how's the repair going?
What?
The headphones? This guy's an idiot.
What a stupid asshole.
What?
I said, how's the repair going?
Oh, no, things are going pretty good. I was just about to take a break to watch the new Zack Snyder film.
Oh, is that the movie where a cop teams up with an orc?
No, I was going to see the Batman vs. Superman. Dawn of AIDS!
What? Dawn of AIDS? No. The title's Dawn of Justice. Why don't we all go see the film together?
Yeah, we'd love to be best friends.
Yeah, we like you.
Oh, you guys are Mike and Jay. Well, I guess it's a good thing you guys are back, because I could really use some help fixing all of these VCRs.
Or you could do all the work while we skim money off the top and take advantage of your hard work ethic.
And milk your tits. Man milk goes for a lot these days on the Chinese black market. It's a little side gig I want to get into. This motherfucker looks like he's filled with man milk.
Is any of that true?
Probably. You gotta be the one to tell him to take his pants off, though.
Why would he have to take his pants off to milk his tits?
I mean his shirt.
Hey, let's go watch the movie.
Sounds great.
Yeah. Well, that sucked.
Yep.
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 Yeah.
That's what I thought it was going to be.
Yep.
Exactly what I thought it was gonna be.
Yep.
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 So how about that? Yep.
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Oh.
Whoa, yeah.
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 Yep.
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 Well, it was a movie.
Yeah. Eh.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
And I'm back.
That's how it starts.
Man, 10s are way harder this week. Sucks how unbalanced the fixes are.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rough week for Mythic Pluses, that's for sure.
Yeah, like I can see, like I did a 7 Arcway, that was fine with 3 chested it. Few pulls where people died because like, you know, the Chaos Bringers, the ones that cast like Chaos Bolt and Portal and Demonic Ascension in Arcway.
Yeah.
Those packs that normally have 2 now have 4. So like if you let all 4 cast Chaos Bolts, it's like a lot of damage on the tank.
Jeez.
But like that wasn't bad. But the 10, we had a 10 Darkheart, which is a pretty easy dungeon. But oh my god, some of the trash pulls just destroyed me. If I didn't have bubble taunts up, like we just couldn't do them. Because like with Fortified, they do so much more damage, have so much more health, and then Teaming, so there's more of them, and then Skittish, like they just turn in like just one shot of melee DPS.
Yeah, I imagine that without something real specific to defend against the skittering, the melee DPS are just gonna get toasted every time. At least the range can be far enough away that they can react.
There's enough reaction time, yeah.
It's like
And
melee,
like
it's right there in your face and just smacks you and you're dead.
yeah, and like I only have one real taunt, right? Like I have AoE taunt on Bubble, but that's once every 5 minutes. My other taunt, you know, it's got a 7-second cooldown, so if you're pulling a pack of like 5 mobs and 3 go skittish, like people are tanking them for a bit.
Isn't there a tank that's real good at AoE tanking.
Well, paladins, yeah. Me.
No, I meant one that's like able to hold that kind of threat where they just bounce around a lot. You know what I mean?
No one does more AoE damage. Like, like threats just directly related to damage now for tanks.
Gotcha.
Like, a crit DK can do some high damage, but not as much as a paladin. And same with a demon hunter, but paladin's the king of AoE damage. It's just frustrating, but oh well. 1 week. But next week's worse though, so I guess count my blessings. At least like below 7s are super easy this week, and even below 9s aren't bad. It's just above 9s are pretty bad. It's like I have an 8 key, and I'm thinking about just plus 1ing the 8 to get a 9, and then trying to plus 3 the 9 to get a 12, so we can get a 12 done for the week. Because I think it's going to be infinitely easier to plus 3 a 9 than it is going to be plus 2 a 10.
Probably.
Have you ever played any of the Metal Gear games?
No. I remember watching my friend play when we were kids, and he had like Metal Gear Solid, the one for PlayStation, that very first one.
Yeah.
And
That was my experience with it, but I just recently bought on the Steam sale for Cyber Monday or whatever this MGS5. It's really good.
yeah, I heard that one's really good, but I also heard that the sale for it on the Steam store was really good too. It's just like,
Yeah, it was like $30, and it was like the definitive edition or whatever you want to call it. Like, it had a bunch of shit that I don't need, but it was $30 for a $60 game.
right, like it's totally worth it for for a AAA game like that, because that's what it is.
Yeah, and it comes with their online Metal Gear Online, which like I'll probably never play, and I don't know if the gameplay's good, but it's like it's there if I ever wanted to try it. And it's a really cool like open world concept. Like, I use the term loosely because I think everyone uses the term now with single player games, open world. But they did it really well in that it's like structured enough that you're not left there like wondering what the hell to do, but it's got enough like open ends that you can really play your own way. Like,
Sure.
you can go in and play full guns blazing, or you can play, completely stealth and silent and non-lethal.
Yeah, and I thought that was always what was appealing about that game, is they really built to a couple of different play styles.
Yeah. It's pretty good so far. And it's got like a base building side to it, like you build up your own private army in their base, and if you they have this thing called a Fulton extraction, so you like wrap it around a person's waist and it's like a weather balloon and launches up in the sky to extract them. So you can like knock out an enemy combatant and extract them, and then they'll be taken back to your base and like convinced to work for you.
That's kind of cool.
So you can build up this own private army and like...
So you're literally renditioning people to your base, and then either coercing them or brainwashing them.
And I don't really say, because like the mechanic is that they always join, right? Like,
Sure.
but yeah, that's essentially it. But it's neat because like as you progress through, like I just upgraded my, like they have this scanner. It's basically just, like a scope, and it gives you information about your surroundings. And like now it tells you like what they know. Like there's like 7 different class skills, and they rate them like E through S or whatever. And you can so you can like see like, oh, this guy's got really good medical skill, and sometimes they have special skills like diplomacy or something like that, which like boosts, like you have all different areas of your base. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty in depth. I was playing it last night after raid, and I didn't realize, like I looked down at the clock, and then like all of a sudden it's 4 a.m. I'm like, holy shit, I lost time a bit. Ooh, there's PTR changes.
Kojima is the one that made Metal Gear, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember seeing that that quote from various Japanese game producers and stuff like that, and his was the last one, and he's just like, I heard people say that it was too difficult, so I made it harder.
Yeah. He's really cool. Like he's doing this game called Death Stranding,
Okay.
which I saw it at E3. It looks way out there, but it's I don't know. Let me find the trailer for it. It's best to watch the trailer and be like, that. It's just his style is way out there. There's the trailer for it.
Can't read it, it's too tiny. That's okay. It's probably not important.
It's just the lyrics to the song, I think.
Sure.
But yeah, his creative direction is like so way out there and like psychological. I find it interesting.
Well, I gotta say, I didn't expect the naked man and baby on the beach.
I watched an interview with Norman Reedus, and they asked him about it, and he said it was just like the level of detail in the script, and because that's obviously he's huge from Walking Dead, right?
Right.
And he
Oh
said,
my
like,
god,
this,
that's totally... Oh my god,
Yeah,
it's
it
totally
is.
him!
yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it was cool because that's the E3 trailer, and I watched E3 live, and when like the camera panned to his face, which is so recognizable.
Yeah, you're right. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, that character looks really familiar. Who is that?
Yeah, it's what's his face from Walking Dead, and like the live, like, because they show E3 like in theaters, right? Like it's a conference or presentation theater. The whole theater just erupted with cheering. See, it was him. Like, wow, that shows you like how big Walking Dead is. They're cheering for a digital facsimile of him.
Well, I mean, that trailer doesn't show me a goddamn thing about that game or what it's about. It's just like, oh, hey,
No,
look,
and that's
awesome graphics, and the model is based on this real-life actor.
yeah,
And it's kind of creepy. It's really all we know.
yeah. But his, like, he doesn't, and that's just he's so different, like Kojima from like producing stuff. Like, he's very much like you said. Like, he said, oh, people said it was hard, so I made it harder. Like, he's very much like, I'm not gonna do what the masses want. Because I'm trying to find that page. There was like he gave a bit of information on it, and it's something like, I'll find the page. Oh, this is news too. Apparently, I didn't know this, but yeah, it's Norman Reedus, and apparently Mads Mikkelsen is in it too. Who, like, you'd know from the movies he's been in. Have you watched the TV series Hannibal?
No, but I think it's on my Netflix list to watch at some point.
Been in a few different things. Like, he was. Did you see Casino Royale? The Daniel Craig Bond?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen's the bad guy in that.
Ah, okay.
So again, like, you've seen him in things too, right? Like, he's just one of those actors who's been in a bunch of stuff.
Right, alright.
So yeah, apparently he's in it now. I'm trying to read it.
I'm such a dummy. Like, I use my whistle to get to the flight point and start heading in the direction of my next world quest, which I should have taken the flight path to get to. It's just like I run away from the flight path. What am I doing? It must be something somebody wrote me that got me all confused. So I did a really confusing application for City of Lakewood today. Yeah, it's for a crime analyst position, and that's city, police department kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And they get to the supplementary questions, and they start asking you, have you used any illegal drugs in such and such time period? But there's a little caveat right there that says not marijuana not included. So it wants to know what illegal drugs you've used, but it doesn't consider marijuana. And then the next question, it goes on to ask something like, which of those illegal drugs did you use, or something along those lines. By the way, we follow federal guidelines that marijuana use is illegal. And she's like, okay, then why didn't you include it in the first question? And then the question after that is, have you used marijuana in the last such and such time frames? And it's just like, I don't know why they do that.
Mm, I know. I mean, having worked in it, I understand why. Because like they're governed federally, I imagine then, or they're under federal restrictions. So they, even though it might be uh, legal in your
Well,
state, their employees will be held to the federal.
oh sure, sure. No,
So that's
I
all
get
they're
why they
really
do that.
asking. Yeah.
I get why they do that, but it's like they're trying to give a special nod to the people who smoke marijuana since it's legal. Not just legal in our state, but it's legal in our cities. Some of the cities in our state, you can't have marijuana dispensaries. You know, you can possess it, but
Yeah.
they won't allow you to sell it in that city. So there's some cities that are more or less strict about marijuana regulation. And, Lakewood is obviously on the more liberal side. So they're trying to give like a special nod to the people who do consume it recreationally, but then also like covering their ass in case the next administration comes down and just be like, we're going to start prosecuting marijuana cases now at the federal level again, even though we said we weren't going to do that anymore.
Yeah. I mean, that's literally what they're doing. Like they would, if they didn't do it that way, they would have to classify, like the first question would have to include marijuana and would immediately eliminate you from the running of that position.
Right, right. It's whatever. I mean, shit. Well, the only caveat to what I'm about to say is that part of the employment screening process for this position is a polygraph. So they do ask you like,
Yeah, you can't lie.
specific. Well, I know I mean, obviously you do too, but I know the extent of like how polygraphs work and like what they can and can't tell the interpreter and so on and so forth. And um, so they obviously are going to find out, like you probably do. And I always hated those questions that trap you. So I guess the best policy is to just be honest. I think they want to know if you're going to be corrupt or, already a liar even though you haven't been hired yet.
That's why I always say to people that ask me for advice going through, I'm like, don't lie. I'm like, they're more apt to. I mean, it's illegal here, so like, it's if you say yes, you're fucked. Like, if you've actually done it within the time frame that they ask you up here, you're fucked. Like, it's like it's obviously not the same impact, but it's like saying like, oh yeah, I did I do break and enters on the side too. Like, not the same gravity, but in the eyes of the law, same like a felony is a felony. So for us up here, when people ask me like, well, hey, if you have, don't say no, because like it'll come out, whether it be your blood work or the polygraph, like, it's gonna come out. Like, it just
Right.
depends on the force that you're applying to, what their policy is on it.
Well, so what I was going to conclude with that thought was, um, by the time you even get to that stage, you would know if they were interested in you, at which point you would just, go clean for a period of time so that when they do eventually get the drug testing you, I mean, shit, if I knew I had a job coming up with the city 3 months in advance because that's how long it takes, yeah, you bet your ass I could get clean in that amount of time. I'll be right back.
Mhm.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So, my oldest daughter, she's in a after school music program, and you know she's learning how to play the cello, but just learning music in general. And one of her homework assignments over break was to work on practicing these 2 songs that they were going to sing for a concert in like 2 weeks.
Mhm.
Or maybe it's a week. Yeah, it's December 8th. Well, anyway. So, you know, she was shy. She was reluctant to practice in front of us, and you know, she was going to do it in private. We needed to make sure that she was doing it. So my wife came up with the idea of just having her record herself, and then, you know, that would serve 2 purposes. It would allow her to kind of look back on her recordings and see how she's improved, and then also it allows us to monitor her progress to make sure she's actually doing the work she's supposed to be doing, all the while giving her the privacy she wants. And so I have to listen to it. All 30 minutes, 45 minutes of it, of my daughter trying to sing these songs repeatedly, and I just have them stuck in my head. And I've been singing them in my head for days. Oh.
Reading through this list of spell changes right now, and like, sometimes I wonder, they buffed this one talent, like it made it actually viable for tank demon hunters. Now they've nerfed it, like almost back to what it is right now, and it's like, you guys don't get it. Like, everyone's just going to go back to, like, this isn't worth using now.
Maybe they just felt like
Oh, I get why they feel it's
they
too strong. Like, it was,
overcompensated, yeah.
yeah, I get that, but it's just like, but there's been no, like, it's on the PTR, right? Like, there's no, like, that's not a good data source. Like, PTR will catch, like, DPS, like, massive DPS outliers, right? Like, that's the easiest thing to catch on PTR. It's very hard to catch, like, healer and tank tunings on a PTR where there's
There
no
just
real
aren't enough.
focus. No one's really going in there with a full group, and like, especially right now when there's tons of progression to do on live, like even the top guilds like aren't going on PTR to test stuff.
Which I find surprising.
Well, the thing is like, you know, Night holds a month and a half out or whatever. Like they want, even the top guilds right now are, you know, they're still doing their split runs to gear up their alts and all their rating. Well, alts is like a loose term for them, obviously, but
Yeah,
gearing up their
there are other
characters,
characters.
their
Yeah.
other mains.
See, that's the thing that really always turned me off to endgame rating, and I totally understand why they do it, so I don't fault them on it. But I couldn't main 3 characters. Like, I couldn't do that. It's so much time in the game, and I got other shit to do. Like, even when I didn't have a life, Jesus Christ, I had more of a life than that.
Mhm. Well, Sidewinder's got rebuffed, applying vulnerability again. Marksmanship cried hard enough. Wow. And they're buffing Marks Hunters like a fuck ton. What the hell? Okay, well. Like the class everyone's playing, they're giving buffs to. Aim shot used to be 250 of weapon damage, and then plus 300% of weapon damage. Like their convoluted formula.
If I was a pure DPS class in this expansion, I'd be pretty fucking annoyed.
Because those the fucking flip-flopping.
Yeah, they're always changing, like, what... I mean, they have to understand that unless you bring... unless you bring significant utility as a particular class to the raid, if you're not doing the best DPS in your class, or even in the end game, just period. You know, I remember them stacking raids with nothing but fucking balancers to do end game raids.
It's already happened this expansion. Like,
yeah, it's like, why would you? Yeah, why would you bring anybody else? That's where there's a certain level of expectation of, you know, how do I do this game well, but play the class I want to play, you know? That's why I would hate to have the jobs where they have to class balance and shit. I mean, shit. I feel like I lucked out. Not only did I pick a hybrid DPS that was pretty good this expansion, but I picked a hybrid DPS. Like, I don't have to worry about switching between, well, arms is good now. Oh, no, it looks like Fury's the best. Gotta switch my weapon. And it's like, no thanks.
Yeah, I mean, arms is still the best. The only reason I suggested Ward changes because he was horrible at arms. Albeit he's not doing much better as Fury. I think he's just out of his element right now. The problem with Fury is it's even more gear dependent than arms, and you take 15% extra damage. Like, you just take it. Like, there's no mechanic to get around it. You're just taking 15% extra damage. It's horrible. I like the spec. My Warrior's Fury too, but I'm just like, in raids it's so tough. We were looking at like the spears of light or whatever, like the shatter that goes off. It hits like everyone for like 700k. Hits War for 900k.
That does suck. I don't really understand that at all.
And everyone's been complaining about it, and they reduced it. It used to be 20%, now it's 15. And it's just like why is Blizzard of all the things to hold on to Blizzard, why are you holding on to something so like non-pivotal to the class performance?
Right.
No class is balanced around, well, they're really good, so we need to make them take extra damage. Wow, there is a lot of changes. Shield of Vengeance is being doubled.
Nice.
Wow, Prop Paladin's being nerfed. Blessed Hammer used to reduce the damage they did by 15%. It's going down to 12. I don't really think that's needed. We already take a lot of damage. It's like, it's not nerfing the damage portion of it. It's like the debuff we put on reduces damage mobs do, and doesn't stack. It only affects auto attack. That won't be huge, but it's shitty enough. Ooh, Beacon of Virtue got buffed. I'm down with that. blessed hammer or divine hammers is doubled. Divine hammers used to spin around you, dealing 45% of weapon damage. Now they'll be 90%.
Wow. Boy, we're just getting rolled in this BG. This is bad. Of course, now it's 8 versus 10, and I'm doing twice as much damage as the next two people below me. And I'm still 0 for 2. That's GG. I hate the John Maddens in this game. Oh my gosh. Kill the healer. That's right. Forgot about that healer. Is that how we play this game? I think I got like 30 honor for that loss. That was so terrible. Could have got more from ganking somebody out in the world.
Pretty much.
The rage that turns good men cruel.
It's finally time. It's finally here. Years of anticipating the most dark, loud, explosive, and longest movie ever. And now everyone can finally see it. You probably think I'm talking about Miracles from Heaven. But nope. I'm talking about Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, motherfuckers. Zack Snyder brings us another movie. Yes, punching, monsters, overacting, bad acting, explosions, a confusing plot. But who cares? You fill your face with popcorn, you dumb fat cows. Eat the slop before the slaughter, you fucking pigs. Batman v Superman, as Zack Snyder calls it, is a film. Sir?
Technically.
Sir, ma'am, what did you think?
What happened? I'm not entirely sure what happened.
Was it better or worse than Man of Steel?
Better.
See, I'm leaning towards better, but I'm wondering if that's just because I went into this one knowing what to anticipate. Man of Steel was shocking. Like, I could not believe what I was seeing. This, I was prepared for it. And the moment when Batman rips a sink off of a public bathroom wall and beats Superman over the head with it is probably the funniest thing I will see all year. So it's got that going for it.
I gotta say, there's things in the movie I actually like.
I like the solo Batman stuff, some of it.
This is probably my favorite live-action portrayal of Batman. He does detective-y things. He's not Christian Bale. He's not an asshole.
Yeah.
He's an asshole, but he's a proper Batman asshole. He's kind of quiet, reserved, and thinking, thoughtful. And
Cephas Secret's
until he
got
starts
another
killing
buff.
people with no...
It's now not just lost control, interrupting, but also dispelling an enemy will also proc it now.
Sounds to me like it's gonna be an overall badass legendary for anybody.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. I was thinking about that with Agrimar's Stride, the boots.
Yep.
I was like, those are, if it works on critical, those might be really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, no, it's haste and crit. Yeah, they just changed that actually. That was the recent change, was increases your movement speed by 70% of your haste or crit, whichever is higher.
Wait, Agrimar's Stride? No, I thought they changed it to where it activates the haste buff.
No, Agrimar's Stride increases your movement speed by 75% of your haste. That's currently, and then the changes or critical strike, whichever is higher. The plate boots.
Right. Okay. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. I am glad that they are making sure that legendaries stay relevant, and just like an extra sweet thing on the top that you don't really need to have, but it can make a big difference. Why am I tanking this stupid boss?
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's some classes that are still kind of broken.
Like what?
Like there are a few classes that their legendary, like their, best legendary, quote unquote, is a massive damage gain.
Sure.
And I think most of them should have been along the lines of Pride as or Cephas Secret, like not completely class changing, mostly utility. Because like I tell you, after Pride as gets changed, it's going to be very good for Raiders as well. it's going to be a 30 your health every 30 seconds as a shield.
Yeah, it's already, you know, when I
Like
was
it's
trying
good for
to
DPS right now, yeah. But
when
for
I
tanks
was
even,
when I got that, and then I tried to sim the difference between the helm and Pride's to see which would be a better like equipment gain for me based on what I had available. I could tell right away that yeah, I might get a DPS loss wearing Pride's over the helmets just for stat reasons. But it's so good. Oh my god, the amount of like free cheat death shit it gives me. I never die. That's why I'm always the last one alive, I feel like, unless I die to some specific mechanic. Yeah, part of me didn't even understand why I was even bothering because I knew what I was going to wear. I don't know. That's why when everybody like bitched about getting a Pride's or something, I was like, you guys are dumb. You don't understand how good this legendary is. Most of you have such huge problems with dying to shit.
yeah, right.
It's like, yeah, your DPS may not be as good, but I'll tell you what, friend, you'll be alive, and that'll be much more important. I don't know. I don't I don't really enjoy the theory crafting atmosphere of WoW in general, but also this guild.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand.
Like, I came from a game where there wasn't any kind of databasing or sim crafting or anything like that for the game I came from before I played WoW. So there was always like a lot of very serious running of the numbers and breaking things down and like, you know, what are you trading off your damage for survivability and yeah, that game was super all about min-maxing and I loved it and I wish WoW was a little bit more like that. I also wish the bosses were a bit more challenging, honestly. Not just
So do
like
I.
just mechanically, I wish they were a little bit more challenging.
I wish they were more mechanically challenging and less just like you're getting a one shot as a tank or the DPS is getting one shot with this ability.
Or you're not achieving a set like a hard cap of
Get
DPS
DPS.
or healing or something to keep up with the
Exactly, yeah.
damage.
Like those are like hard, like these are just like, yep, you're dying. You're just dying. You can do whatever you want, but you're dying because you didn't have enough DPS. Whereas like, yeah, more like, and that's the thing, like bosses used to not have like hard, like there were some bosses that had hard enrage timers, but it used to be just like your healer mana was your enrage timer.
Yeah, I remember fights like Valistraz and BWL. You know, that made the DPS race more exciting because there were mechanics in the fight that were important to mastering. And there was like an unknown trick to it because people didn't understand how threat really worked just yet.
Yep.
And, you know, bosses were doing new and bizarre things that we'd never seen before. But now it's just like Ursoc. Hit him really hard, stand in a certain position. Like, it's such a dumb, easy fight. And yeah, you know, I fuck up every once in a while, but that's because, you know, the windows for your movement or your positioning is pretty tight sometimes, and you make a mistake or you get lazy. But it's not a challenging fight. Ursoc was not a hard fight. I hate DPS checks. It's just stupid. you know, reward a player's skill, not their investment of time into the game, farming shit all the time to make sure that they're the best DPS or the strongest healer.
Yeah, and I'm not
Reward
too
them for
put off
being
about
a
it because
cool...
like
Yeah.
we only have one of those fights so far. So as long as there doesn't be a bunch of them, like Ursul's the one where it's just like you need to DPS. Like Odin, we should have. We just had people last night that just straight up don't have the DPS to do it.
Right, and that was really frustrating because
Well, I can tell you, whenever we go, the only reason we didn't want to cut people down was because we wanted to go do mythics. But like next time we're in there, it's going to be a much faster process of removing people who either can't do the fight mechanically or damage-wise. Because that fight has a DPS check, but it's not. I don't feel it's unrealistic. Like you shouldn't be doing 213k DPS on at any point anymore. Like as a DPS, you know what I mean?
Jesus, yeah, like, I know Pallies are pretty strong right now, but, I'm melee, dude. I have to fucking run to my
Take you out
target.
of the equation. I almost do that as a tank, and I'm tanking the boss.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I don't gear for damage. I don't like. I get hit like a fucking truck. It's just funny.
Why did they... I kind of wish the legendaries were more rare.
I don't know. I think they're in a good place now.
Says the guy who has like 30.
I also play maybe not 30 times as much as the next person, but I play much more than most people. I use
Yeah,
myself
but
as an example a lot, but I also do a lot more content.
I guess, like, if you did a breakdown of how you expose yourself to opportunities to get a legendary, um, I don't think it's really all that much higher, aggregately speaking, between all your characters. It's just the fact that you've been doing it between all your characters.
Yeah.
And, I mean, shit, that speaks very highly of, like, your overall success rate at getting a legendary.
Yeah, I definitely think I'm on the high side, and it's not just about time, but like, I also generally don't do content that I can't get legendaries. Like, I don't do a lot of world quests. I don't do a lot of, I don't know, I would say that. Like, everything I do, you can get a world quest from, basically, you know what I mean? Or a legendary from.
Well, with that said, I also still wish I had the legendary ring finally. God,
Mhm.
I've been really egging for that, and now I'm really worried that I'm approaching a soft capped or a bad luck protection for my fourth legendary,
I mean, they
because
removed that, so that's...
that's what they explicitly stated
But
was
they removed it in
y-
7.1.
right. But one would assume that my chances of getting my fourth legendary are much higher than my potential fifth. But anyway, I'm worried that my next legendary is not going to be one I really want. I got pretty lucky with the cloak, I'll admit. Oh man, I jumped up in joy when I saw that.
Yeah, I mean, my thing is I have two, I wouldn't say best in the slot, for not for rating anyways, maybe for Mythic Pluses, but like, it is what it is now. I'm gonna get what I'm gonna get, so...
I really need to spend some time trying to do Mythic Pluses for, I think, Black Rook Hold. So I can get 880 plus versions of the relic I want in those slots. The ones that increase the duration of Avenging Wrath. I mean, it's just, there's no comparison to how incredibly powerful that is, especially with Crusader.
Yeah.
It's just like, I get, you know, I get, sorry,
Take your time.
I just get, a heroism plus damage buff. That's basically what it makes it into. And then with the cloak, and then Linden's ring, oh my god, I would be just like crushing the damage meters super hard. Yeah, I really like the relics that I have. I could have gotten a lot worse for what I got, but that would definitely be the top of my list.
Yeah. That's the same way as mine. I just let the pants, I can't wear them till later today, but once I'm able to wear them, they're not good for rating at all, but they're amazing for what I spend most of my time doing, which is Mythic Plus.
I don't know. That's why I was. Were you there when I was having that conversation with Vic, and we were talking about like alts playing a main?
Oh, what story?
There was like a conversation going on, and I think it was between me and Vic. I want to say it was between me and Vic, um, where we were discussing the merits of only focusing on, one character versus having a couple different characters. Because there's several people in the guild that, for better or for worse, have multiple characters that they play. And my argument was, um, I focus on that one thing so I could be great at that one thing. And I feel like we kind of suffer from
I mean,
a bout of mediocrity right now.
but that's players. That's not about focusing. It's more about just people being mediocre. Because like Sievert has like 20 points in all of his weapons.
Yeah, but Sievert plays a lot.
Yeah,
He
I know.
plays
That's
a
what
lot
this
more
is.
than the average guild member, but that's exactly what I mean. Is
So do you, and so do I. Like that's why we. Part of that is it's not just like artifact power. It's just like we're better players. Like there's no mitigating circumstance that can forgo the fact that we are better players than most of our guildmates.
Well, see, I would go and bring that a step further and say, you know, that's why we've been exceptionally good in raids, is because we are good players and we have the time.
Oh yeah, totally.
You know,
That's not mitigating AP and gear aside, but like even when I did that 10 today, I was doing it with a bunch of devout people, and we were all talking. I'm like, I have one piece of gear that's from a raid. I go, I have like one. Everything else is from Mythic Plus because stat weights are so important.
Well, but that's what I mean, is if you're not that good, or you don't have that much time, you should prioritize one over the other, so that so that you can. Because obviously the best of both worlds is to have the skill and the time. But
yeah,
you know,
I'm not gonna argue that.
people have not been prioritizing in order to be the semi-hardcore progression guild that we are trying to be, but we're not.
Yeah,
really.
no, I agree. And I don't think Vic would argue with that, because that's actually something we brought up last night in the meeting, was we gotta figure out a way to get people playing more and doing more. Like, it's not good enough to just AFK and DAO. If you're on, either find someone in the guild or just go pug. I go, all of us who play a lot during the day and stuff, we all pug. Like, it's not like we all do everything together.
Well, and that's why I feel like a big reason why that is with people in the guild is because they don't have the time. You know, shit.
I think that's part of it. I think part of it is, if you can watch the Discord, people just play other games. I'm just like, that's fine, but...
WoW is life.
Yeah, a bit, right?
WoW is love. Yeah, no, I get it.
And it's like, pick your times, too. I'm like, I get it if you can't play, but you know when was a really good time to play? Last week.
Well, you know, that's...
And I get time and everything. Like, I get that there's circumstances that might not allow people to play as much, but like, it is also, you were kind of, you know, foreshadowing that. It's like, if you can only play so much, you gotta budget and like extend the value of that time.
See, that's exactly what, you know, I was trying to get at, and I felt like Vic was kind of offended when I said that.
No, I don't know if it's Vic or not, but I don't think he would argue with that, because that's along the same sentiments that we both had last night when we were talking, because like, or like, if people are going to be on, like, they need to get more comfortable going into the group finder and finding a group. Like, oh, that tool is so amazing for finding keystone groups. I'm like, because guess what? No one leaves those groups unless they're retarded, because like, at the bare minimum, you're going to complete the key and not, you know, upgrade the key, but you might get a piece of loot. I go, I can Titan Forge. I've gotten on 880 pieces from Mythic 4s.
Well, I will absolutely admit I am very guilty of that when it comes to Mythic Pluses.
Yeah, but you do other things.
But yeah, like
you can get and maybe not as good of a chance, but you can get some gear from PvP. Can't really get it from heroics, but you can get it from PvP. And I don't know, I seen you pugging normally and the other week or whatever.
Yeah, I've been trying to do that a little bit more. I've been trying to do LFR more regularly too. Like, I did all of LFR on Tuesday for the first time, I think, ever this expansion. You know, I got it done, I got it out of the way. And I even did an RPG last night. Yeah. It's like, I don't know, Mythic Pluses, it's not that they're too hard, or I don't think I can find anybody I could trust to play with to do them. It's just, they're too exhausting, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I was like that at the beginning, but I just got to this state of mind that it's like, it's not my key. That's like literally my mantra. You might hear me and Steve say it a lot. I'm like, not my key. Like, I don't care what happens. I'm going to finish this.
Well, to be fair, you guys are tank heals. Like, you're a pretty needed class. People see Ret Paladin, they go, I don't know.
Yeah, but that echoes back to me on like if you're a good healer, so it might behoove you to put 20 points into a healer weapon and just go heal. But you set your loot spec as ret still. You still do all ret loot and everything, but I mean that's how I've
Yeah,
geared both my paladin and my monk so quickly was because I went healer and like you know me, I knew Glart, like it's kind of like you just find someone that can do that other thing for you, get a couple DPS and you're good to go.
that's a sacrifice I'm not willing to make.
Yeah, but if you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. But I'm like, that's the option is there, is what I'm saying. If you wanted to do it.
If you wanted to be good, I mean, you don't have to, though.
I didn't say that. I said the same thing to War. I go, if you're interested in being a third tank, I know you don't love it, but I said, but you also want to get gear, because I'm like, all the warrior gear comes from Mythic Pluses. I'm like, put 21, 22 points into your prot weapon. Go, hell, the prot warrior weapon's so well laid out that you get 2 gold traits at like 18 points, which is, at this point, that's nothing.
See, I feel like warriors are just shitty. They're just bad,
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Arm is really good. He's just not good at it.
Well, but that doesn't make them. That doesn't make warriors good. That makes warriors not super worthless. Like paladins are good because they're good healers, they're good tanks, and they're good damage dealers. Like that's a great
Warriors
trifecta.
are still good tanks too. They're just they got that they got the ire of the first nerf wave.
Sure, but you think other tanks are feeling that ire now or soon?
I don't know about not right now. I think soon either paladins or guardian druids are likely going to see it. The warriors still are probably right. I don't know. Guardians are probably going to see it first, but like warriors are probably still take the least damage. Like just they don't have any cool mechanics cheesing abilities like a paladin, but just if you're going for straight up like this boss hurts us, you're probably going to be best off with a warrior tank still. And I don't know how they have some pretty massive changes coming along. I don't know how they're going to pan out, but it could be good. They really hated one of our playstyles and they nerfed it in the ground, but now they're just redesigning that whole playstyle. So I'm optimistic, right? Like, give Blizzard the chance to prove me wrong that they can't fix the class.
I don't know. I just I don't see that happening for paladins, and I don't see that happening for druids.
Well, the thing with paladins that we won't get the ire up is we are very spiky to heal. We are the lowest HP tank by a pretty good margin. Like we have enough weaknesses that I don't think we'll get that. The problem that got warriors up is they were really good at a few things, and the things they weren't great at, they were still like, passable at. Like they didn't have amazing DPS, but they had okay DPS. They didn't have amazing magical mitigation, but they had, situationally pretty good magical mitigation, just not overall. Their threat was okay. Like, I don't know. Whereas paladins have a few things where they're just, we're not good at that. Guardians have hit this point where their mastery scales their HP and healing taken. That in this world of secondary stats, I think they're running the risk of being targeted for a nerf because they've started to scale so well.
Sounds like it.
I think monks could be there too, potentially. Like my monk is getting, I think you need about 880 gear to become very, very, very strong. But I think like, at least theoretically, You know what? They said they were going to change that. But I was going to say, theoretically, in Nighthold, they could be just absolutely god tier, but I think they're still going to be very good. But they've said they're going to try and curb the secondary stat scaling issue. But, you know, we'll see. That's why, like, we were talking about it a bit last night about, you know, getting kills and, like, so, like, maybe I'd like your opinion, so hopefully you feel good enough to give one. Like, do you mind if we ever brought, like, Thero in to get a kill because he does so well?
No.
I mean,
the structure of the guild is very pleasant and very user-friendly, like an apple. But what we need is the cutthroat, you know, efficiency of a PC mafia.
PC
You know,
Mafia.
if you want those, you know, those are the guilds that work. You know, you run them like a family, you know, but not like a family, but the family.
Yeah. And that's kind of what we were at, is I'm like, if we're wasting everyone, like I go, if we're not willing to do that, we're just wasting everyone's time.
Like, there has to be an effort to, you know, create those opportunities for the more, you know, friendly people in the guild. But the people who are willing to, like, take a hard look at themselves and try and be better, or admit that they can't and step down, you know, if I felt like I couldn't, I would just be like, well, I think you guys should get Kaylee, because he's pretty good.
And that's kind of what I figured. Because, like, that was our thing, was, like, I think we need to open up some of our more traditionally things we didn't do, like bringing in maybe not raiders. And I think we're just going to bump there up to raider, because he said he can make about 75% of our raids now. I'm like, yeah, we'd like more, but fuck it. Like, 75% of a really good player showing up is still better than him not being there because he feels like he can't belong or whatever, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And then, like, we brought it up, was like, there aren't very many people, and something like, it's a little self-serving for me to bring it up, but, like, what about on fights where we need a different class? I'm like, there could theoretically be a point where we need a warrior tank or a monk tank or, you know, a demon hunter tank, and Epsi would have to come in on his demon hunter.
Which is, you know, how progression guilds actually work.
Yeah, that's what I said. I go, I think, like, we can't be resistant to those ideas. If the tool is there, why not use it, right? Like, so I think that's something we're going to be more open to in the future, which I'm happy about.
Yeah, I mean, I don't give a shit.
That was my thing. I don't think most people will give a shit. Like, because we were really, you know, debating it last time. Like, I think we're the only ones that really care about this. I don't think, as long as we're killing shit, I don't think anyone else in the guild is really going to care.
Well, you know, something that I think about is, I don't agree that the world should work like this maybe necessarily, but I think in the context of the game, you need a meritocracy. And if you have people who are not performing, they need to step aside and
That's
let
like
the other people try.
That's where we're having, and everyone in the leadership agrees with that. We just don't have the people to facilitate that right now. But heroics, like, we're going to be much less lenient in heroic stuff, because we can be like, oh, you're not performing? Okay, well, we're going to have you step out for this fight then. I'm really happy we got Arasaka last night.
Yeah, that was cool. The other side of my argument, however, is I'm willing to carry some people if it means we have 20 people.
Yeah. I think everyone's willing to do that. The problem is we're just at the point where we can't carry people through stuff yet. Whether that be mechanically or just like hard numbers checks, like the stuff we were kind of rallying against earlier, whereas a lot of these fights are just like even Odin, right? Like you need to have the DPS to kill him in about 6 spears worth of time. Because after that, unless you bring a third tank, which is then reducing damage even more, there's just not enough cooldowns in the world to do it.
Oh, did you catch when I said every single point in um, Ashbringer's Light? It only increases your damage output by 0.5%, not 1%.
What's that, sorry?
All of the when you put extra points into Ashbringer's Light, you know, the DPS booster.
Oh, yeah. It's 0.5%.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I
Yeah,
thought it
the
was a
first
full
one.
percent.
No, the first one is like the big gain. Then after that, it's all 0.5%.
Fuck, that's a huge bummer.
That's another thing. Is like, if I know you don't want to heal and get shoehorned into healing, but it is a time that you could consider it because like your gains per AP or whatever you want to call it right now are pretty, minimal. And
Okay,
you don't ever have to do it. You just have it there in case for some reason you decide you want to, or, you know, whatever the reason may be, it's an option.
okay. Let me say this. If I no longer find myself in, averaging top 5 DPS, then I will start putting
Well, that's what I mean.
points
Like,
into
you don't
my
have to worry
holy
about it in
weapon.
raid. Well, let me put it this way. You don't ever have to worry about it in raid because we're never going to have you heal. We'll have someone else heal who's not higher DPS. I'm more talking like for if you want to do Mythic Pluses or whatever other content, pug raids or whatever. It is easier to find as a healer group than a DPS.
Sure.
And if anything, now is the time to do it while you build up another, artifact knowledge or two to make the grind easier. Hell, with your knowledge on your character, probably one normal raid clear would get you like 2, 3 golden traits in your healing weapon.
You're transmitting.
Sorry about that. Debating whether or not to go take a Tylenol 3 for these combination of a massive headache I have right now and my fucking foot surgery that I had on Monday is still bugging me. I'll be right back.
Okay. I too will be right back.
Mildrath said Butog nerfs.
God.
What's up?
I was just trying to like give my mom a call and have a quick chat with her, but she just just like blah 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 would not stop talking about stuff I was just like don't really care about.
So parents, you man. 2 seconds. I'm gonna restart Discord. I'm gonna try and fix something real quick. There we go.
You know what I really hate about the Phoenix mount models?
What's that?
They don't have like a landed animation. Yeah, they just like don't touch the ground. It's super dumb. It's like, why? They've got feet, just give them little walking feet. You animated everything else, what's the problem? Yeah, you can tell when Blizzard is just like, we need to save some money and we're gonna make this particular cost-cutting measure. It's just so dumb.
Hello. Be careful.
Ugh, it's getting so dark out so early.
Yeah, it's only 2:30, but it looks like late afternoon for me. What way were the calculators updated when they're looking at MMO Champion?
Talent calculators?
For your artifact weapon.
Oh, there'll be changes to artifact traits for certain classes.
Okay. I wonder... Did they say which classes? So right now I'm in Dark Rule Arena, and there's just like a shit of people here trying to do the quest down here, the world quest. But they're just, there's a silent truce between everybody, so no one's PvPing each other. But there's so fucking many people that it's really hard to tag a mob to make progress on the quest. I'm waiting to see what's gonna happen, if it's just gonna like break out into chaos or something. But yeah, so far everyone's been pretty chill about not attacking each other.
The Nightwell calls to me. Be careful who you trust.
endlessly, which is in Batman's character, definitely. That's this whole thing, right? Is that he just violently murders everyone indiscriminately?
I can't blame that on Ben Affleck, though. That's the script.
No, Ben Affleck's good.
I like Ben Affleck as Batman, I think is what I'm saying.
Batman's the most interesting superhero in a way because he's the most human. You know, he's the most like us, and he can be kind of broken, which is really fascinating to be coupled with all this heroic stuff.
Ben Affleck as Batman was most definitely the best part of the film. I like a later year Batman who's kind of like whatever, and the detective
and you
stuff
haven't
was
read
fun.
The Dark Knight.
No,
The Dark Knight Returns, which is of course the biggest inspiration for this version of Batman.
And I think that book is genius. But the story itself is not that story.
The handy guy, the maintenance guy came by just now.
Mm-hmm.
And he was here to fix the dishwasher because we were having an issue with our dishwasher not latching. You know, something very simple. And I had done a significant amount of look at the dishwasher myself. I took off the front panel and disassembled the mechanism and all kinds of stuff. He comes over and he looks at it for a sec. He has one specific tool on him when he comes to our door. And he takes his wrench, because that's what he has. He has a wrench, and he bends down the metal hook that the door latches into. He just kind of like bends it down a little bit, and then he just like closes it, clicks, works perfectly, first try, no big deal. It's like, well, yep, there you go. Okay, I'll see ya. Thanks, bye. He just like left in a fucking hurry too. I think he was here for all of, I don't know, 45 seconds. I don't know. I feel how they get a little bogged down with nonsense. So, you know, if I can fix it, I'll try and fix it. Or if it's something I don't want to fuck with, then I'll give them a call. I'm not going to take a chance.
Yeah.
But I just felt like super dumb because I told him like, yeah, I did this and I did this and blah blah blah. He's like, oh, Okay. Wow. And then he just like fixed the problem in less than a half of a fraction of time as it took me to even look at the problem. I mean, I'm sure he's seen this particular problem before and he knew exactly what to do. Or maybe he just had like a one-off trick that may or may not work and it just happened to this time. What?
Well,
Wow. So I'm doing a regular, just a, Mythic plus 0, right? And the first
yep.
boss we kill, I get this.
I'm not in game.
Oh, you're not? I got an 885 memento of Angerboda.
Oh, really?
Just like, what?
Yeah. It's RNG loot system, man.
That's crazy. See, but I can't, stat weight scores, even after recently simming my character, is telling me it's not an upgrade for me. Does it, because it doesn't count the equip effect?
Yeah, it's definitely good, though. Like, Angerboda is an amazing trinket.
Okay. That's awesome. That's super awesome, and I'm super happy. And it's an 885, so it's going to boost my item level too, which is arbitrary nonsense at this point. Fuck, then what do I drop? Because both of my
What are you
trinkets
using?
are really good. Hold on.
I know them. I know them by name, so.
I'm using Vindictive Combatant's Insignia of Victory, and then I'm using Unstable Arcana Crystal. But my Insignia of Victory is a double stat, and
I would still think you probably drop that one because the proc on Angerboda is like 3k stats, and you can proc all three of them at once.
yeah, but is my Vindictive Combatant's Glory, whatever, my PvP trinket, is it better than my Arcana Crystal? No, I guess not, because my Arcana
No.
Crystal is like 3100 score, whereas my Combatant's Insignia is 25, 27.
Yeah, it can't be because the Arcana Crystal has like the most stats of any trinket right now.
Oh my god, this trinket is just disgusting.
The story itself is a story that we came up with just, you know, on our own.
The best part was the 10 minutes where Batman fights Superman.
No, that was the schlockiest part.
That's what I enjoyed the most.
That's why it was the best.
Okay,
The rest
that's
of the movie
fair.
was so fucking dour. Like, I mean, and that's... we should try and avoid just repeating everything we said with Man of Steel, which is hard to do because this is very much like Man of Steel in that the first half is boring, depressing, almost incoherent. There's no narrative thrusts. It's just sort of scenes happening. And it's like close up, close up, close up, close up in another location. So I guess we're in a new scene. There's no establishing shots throughout the entire fucking movie. It's just like all these close-ups.
Yeah.
And there's no, like you could put the scenes in any order and it wouldn't make much of a difference.
That's true. Well, I think I agree with you when you said you were more prepared this time. Because Man of Steel, like I had a physical headache. Like, and I'm not just speaking like, oh, it was a headache, the movie. I literally, my head was pounding and I had to go like this at a certain point and close off my senses because I felt like I was being assaulted.
Yes.
This, whether or not I was just more prepared for it, or it didn't seem as excessive as I was expecting. So it was less loud and stupid than I was hoping for, but it was more confusing.
The last 25 minutes is pure confusing, though.
Yeah.
Confusing destruction.
Confusing, destruction, pointless, stupid, awful.
Yeah, yeah.
And dream sequences that are put in there for what seems like to be put in the trailer only.
Yeah, Batman, there's this dream sequence. Batman's wearing like a duster, like a trench coat, and he's in the desert, and then a ghost Robin? Is that supposed to be Robin? Who's the fucking ghost that tells him?
Oh yeah, a ghost comes out of his computer screen.
A ghost comes out of his computer and it's like, Lois is the key to all of this.
Oh,
She's a funnier character than we've had before, but if we can get her working.
I'll tell you who I'm pretty sure that is.
Okay.
And it's weird that it was a dream sequence, because if it wasn't a dream sequence, it would have been clever. I think that's the Flash. The Flash has time travel powers, because he can run faster than the speed of light.
Okay,
But not dream travel powers?
Not dream travel powers. If that wasn't a dream sequence, that would have been like a fairly clever hint for like movies to come. Like Flash is coming in from a future movie to warn Bruce Wayne about something, but it was too early and Bruce Wayne doesn't know who the Flash is yet, and that would have been a neat setup, but then it was a dream.
Well, you said clever hints at movies to come. This movie has hints of movies to come, but there's nothing clever about any of it.
And there won't be any movies to come.
Well, this movie's terrible, but if it makes a shitload of money, it doesn't matter.
I think it will.
It probably will. I mean, who doesn't want to see a Batman versus Superman movie?
But this is Murder Man versus Captain Hypocrite.
Which one's which? Wait.
Batman is definitely Murder Man.
There was like an hour and a half of boring scenes, and then the minute you left, exciting action schlock happened.
What did I miss? The scene where Batman runs into Superman with the Batmobile, right?
We find out that the boat is smuggling the kryptonite, and they're putting the kryptonite onto like a truck, and the smugglers are going to take that to Lex Luthor. and then Batmobile charges in and just starts killing everybody with cannons.
Batman decides he wants to steal the kryptonite, so he just murders everyone endlessly.
Like the car jumps off of ramps and lands on people, and
he actually he hooks like a cord to another car, drags the car around, does like a spin thing, so the car flies through the air to hit another car. It's the dumbest shit.
And I assume you were laughing during this sequence?
And then Superman, who's had no qualms about murdering people up till now, he lands like on the Batmobile. Like the Batmobile hits Superman, just kind of bounces away, and he tells Batman, "You better stop being Batman," and he flies off.
Was that the actual dialogue?
It was basically.
Yeah.
Next time they shine your light in the sky, don't go to it. The bat is dead. Bury it. Consider this mercy.
Then 2 scenes later, off camera, Batman steals the kryptonite. Off camera.
Back from Lex Luthor.
Back from Lex Luthor.
Yeah.
How does he do that?
They didn't show it. They really didn't show it. He just cut the Lex coming to the LexCorp. There's like sirens and whatnot, and the cage that the kryptonite was in. There's just like a batarang in there.
Yeah, they have this whole action scene that's pointless because he's trying to steal the kryptonite. He doesn't steal the kryptonite. You could have had a whole action scene of him actually stealing the kryptonite.
Yes.
And they just don't have that.
Bruce Wayne meets Clark Kent. I love it. I love bringing people together. How are we?
Well, speaking of Lex Luthor, what was his goal in this movie?
He has no motivation. He has negative motivation.
Why does he not like Superman?
I don't know.
Because the movie needs to happen.
He says something like, is he just jealous of his power?
That's not made clear.
Yeah, he has lots of like diatribes about gods and their relation with humans and stuff. But so I guess it's just related to that, but it's all really, really vague, and it's just there to set up a giant orc monster at the end of the movie for everyone to fight.
Yeah. Well, Lex reminded me more of the Joker than he did of Lex Luthor.
Yes.
Like an insane person
he comes across
who
like
wants
a crazy
to create
person.
chaos was the polar opposite of Batman. He just wants chaos.
He'd be a half-decent Joker, you're right.
He's a terrible Lex Luthor.
He should have been the Joker.
You're psychotic. That is a 3-syllable word for any thought too big for little minds.
I was going to say the biggest problem, but one of the many problems of the film is that this is not a likable Superman who people would build statues to. This is a Superman who brought terror and destruction to Metropolis.
Yeah, and that's established in this movie. There's so many people that are against him. Like, it's not even like the last movie, maybe they set that up and then this movie ignores that. In this movie, that's one of the major points, is that people are really conflicted on how to feel about him.
Isn't that Spider-Man's thing, where people don't like him?
Yeah.
And he decides to help even though people hate him.
People supposedly like Superman. There's a memorial statue to Superman.
But who likes him? Everyone's protesting against him.
That's the fail. I mean, what you need to do, because you have Batman, and Batman's Mr. Dour, right? You want to contrast Batman,
of course,
with colorful Superman, not Superman in muted colors who breaks people's necks, flies through buildings that collapse on children, and then murders people in the desert.
There was one part, I think it's when Lex Luthor, Superman comes back, he throws Amy Adams off the roof.
Yes.
Somehow Superman knows she's falling.
But he's Superman.
Yeah, he's Superman. He catches her and then he puts her down and he comes back up, and then he says to Lex Luthor, "I'd rather bring you in one piece than broken in a million pieces."
Well, he says something similar to Batman.
Oh my God.
No, I think it's more along the lines of like, I should bring you in a million pieces, but I'm going to do you this kindness.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Superman.
Oh, thank you for not breaking every one of my bones.
Yeah.
Because I'm completely helpless.
Superman's supposed to say, "Oh, hi, Lex. Good evening to you. What are you up to?" You know what I mean? Okay, here's the thing. here's the thing. Corny Christopher Reeve Superman cannot exist in 2016. We know that.
Right.
But this movie, I don't know. I'm like, they're trying to do a thing where they say, what if Superman really existed in modern day? There would be people going, he's a monster, he's here to destroy us. Everyone wouldn't be like, look, it's a bird, it's a plane, no, it's Superman. Everyone wouldn't be like that. There would be people on CNN arguing back and forth about this and that. But we don't need that.
Okay.
We live that every day over every... Movies are about escapism.
Yeah.
And we don't need to see miserable people on CNN and complaining about politics and in a Superman movie.
Especially, superhero movies, especially. Like, this movie's constantly, like, on the news, they're talking about, like, terrorism, terrorists. They're seeing buildings getting blown up. And it's just like, I don't want to watch a Superman movie that's reminding me of how miserable real life is.
2 days ago, the fucking Brussels airport exploded.
I was thinking of that during this movie,
They show a picture of Wonder Woman in Belgium.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's terrorism, explosions, and violence, and everyone hates each other. And there's that part in Amy Adams is in the desert in the beginning trying to interview a terrorist or some kind of
terrorist general something.
And and then the photographer with her is a secret CIA operative, and then they're like, and they blow his brains out. And I noticed you're on, oh. Because you expected Superman to come down. Yeah.
Yes!
And I was like, where's... Oh.
Yeah.
Consider this mercy.
How can you not watch this movie and not root for Lex Luthor? Lex Luthor's like, yeah, we need to have like a backup plan for this insane alien who can destroy continents. And I'm like, yeah!
Yeah, Lex Luthor was the sanest person in this movie.
You know what the worst part about that is, too? The hypocrisy when Superman is Clark Kent is deriding Batman for his methods. You do the same shit.
You know what I really liked? The depressing montage of Superman saving people in the beginning.
I was thinking about that. They show him like,
I gotta drive this boat.
There's like a rocket that's going up and it explodes, and then it's all done in like slow motion. You see some of it in the trailer, like he's bringing down a thing in slow motion.
Yeah, you thought it was an exciting moment.
Yeah, like it looked like these are the moments that should be exciting action sequences, and they're portrayed as like a burden for Superman, and they're executed in a way where it's like depressing to look at.
Yeah.
You don't know this world a thing. You never did. Do you know the oldest lie in America, Senator? The devils don't come from hell beneath us. They come from the sky.
Superman's motivation wasn't set up, and Lex Luthor's motivation wasn't set up, and that's like there's 3 characters in the movie, and two-thirds of that don't work.
Yeah, Bruce Wayne, Batman's motivation is very well set up. In the beginning, I liked that action sequence that it opened on.
The retcon of Man of Steel.
Yeah, right.
Which is funny because I know like dumb people will say that was their intention all along, but it's so clearly a response to the negative criticism that Man of Steel got, where it's like, okay, now we're seeing all this destruction from the end of Man of Steel from Bruce Wayne's point of view, and it's horrible, and that's his entire motivation for hating Superman. Like, got it. But then the end of this movie is just the same level of destruction.
I must disagree, Jay. They clearly said they landed on Rikers Island, and it's uninhabited.
Oh yeah, they throw that in. They make a point of showing that there's no extras anywhere in the movie, but it's still the same amount of destruction.
Well, even later on, though, when they have to lure Doomsday back into the city, there's a contrived reason to get him back into the city so they can blow up more buildings. Batman has a line, "There's nobody in this area."
Yeah, he looks right at the camera.
Do you remember when Alfred took control of the Batplane, and I thought, oh my God, now Alfred's gonna start murdering people?
You have to take it over. Ah, right. Commencing drone mode.
Oh God, Alfred's gonna kill people.
Well, imaging is showing me too.
That scene where he comes in the warehouse and beats everyone up.
He murders everybody.
I think
murders half of them. He murders half.
They probably died later of their injuries in the hospital.
He shot the one guy's flamethrower backpack.
Oh yeah.
And then it exploded in a fireball in the same room that Martha Kent was in. Superman's elderly mother.
Well, Batman jumped on top of her and protected her with a fireproof cape. But the one guy, I think he stabs the one guy in his shoulder to get back at him because he got stabbed in the shoulder. But it looks like he just stabs him right in the heart.
And then after Martha Kent witnesses, two guys die in a fire explosion, she mentions that, oh, I knew you were Superman's friend because of the cape.
I'm not traumatized at all.
That was horribly out of place, but it was also like, oh, I remember humor. It's the one moment of levity in the entire movie, and it's at the most inappropriate time.
She with you?
I thought she was with you.
The I thought she was with you part was semi-humorous, but there was like pulsating techno music over it, so it kind of ruined the...
She with you?
I thought she was with you.
I just realized that Doomsday was a walking discotheque. Everywhere he went, like Dancing Electric was shooting.
Banty.
Around.
Well, the movie is called Batman versus Superman. People are there to see Batman fight Superman, and it's 1% of the entire movie. The first hour and a half, hour 45 minutes, is establishing why Batman hates Superman. That's the opening scenes of the movie. He hates Superman. He's going to fight Superman. He fights him for 5 minutes, and then they immediately turn to being best friends when Batman realizes that both of their moms are named Martha.
It makes some sense because Batman definitely has parental issues. If you're gonna get to Batman's heart, if you're gonna move him, that is how you would do it.
Is that all it would take? The whole movie is set up as like Batman wants to beat the shit out of Superman. He thinks he's a threat. He thinks he's a problem to the world. That's the entire thing. That's the whole first half of the movie.
I got Martha, your elderly mother, so go beat up Batman. Bring me back, rip his head off and bring it back to me, which Superman wouldn't do. But
I don't know why not.
In all fairness, he does fly over there with the intention of talking to Batman first to get him to help him fight Lex Luthor or get his mom back. Superman or Batman has little bullets that shoot out crystal meth. What?
Kryptonite.
Kryptonite. And then it like momentarily like weakens Superman, and then he's got him down and he's punching him in the face like Spock, and then he goes, "I'm just trying to save Martha." And then he goes, "Martha, what? Why did you say that name? Why did you say that name?" And then Amy Adams runs in, aka Lois Lane, and says, "Martha's his mommy's name." And then
this is what happens.
Then Bruce Wayne goes, "Oh," and then he backs off. But really, you should go, "Oh, what the fuck cares?"
That's a weird coincidence. That's a weird.
Exactly.
Speaking of that, he's got a staff that's fueled by kryptonite.
It's
or
a
whatever.
caveman spear.
It's a spear with kryptonite in it, and that's what he's going to use to kill Superman. And then he realizes that they both have moms named Martha, and so now they're best buddies.
They both love their mommies.
Yes, they both love their moms. So he throws down the spear.
Yeah.
And then they start fighting the cave troll from Lord of the Rings.
Yes, yes.
And Lois Lane, for no reason, takes the staff, the kryptonite staff, and she throws it in some water. And then Batman says, in an unrelated scene in a completely different area, "I need that staff back."
Yes.
And then they cut to Lois Lane, and she goes back to get the staff that she just threw in the water. She just knows that they need the staff back?
Yes.
So she has to immediately go back and get the staff that she just threw in the water that she doesn't know they need?
Yes.
Lois Lane is a crafty lady.
Yes.
And she probably assumed that
That the monster was a Kryptonian monster. She would just assume that.
She probably assumed that Lex Luthor got inside the Kryptonian ship, found some alien goo in the body of Zod, and cut his own blood and mixed his DNA with Zod's DNA somehow to create a giant monster. It's a safe assumption.
Yes. Why did he want to build a giant monster?
Why did he want them to fight?
Because he wanted to kill Superman, but the question is, why did he want to kill Superman? And we really don't know.
Did he think that Batman would really be able to kill Superman?
Yes, because he's been manipulating Batman for the last 2 years.
Oh, sending the checks with the things on them? But Batman didn't even see them.
No.
Until the last minute.
Yes.
When he realized he was being manipulated.
Yes. Look, it's a fucking mess. The script is a fucking mess.
Why didn't Lex Luthor let Batman have the kryptonite then?
Because they needed an action scene where the Batmobile murdered 10 people.
Like an action scene where it was a setup.
And then they needed an off-screen action scene where Batman probably murdered 20 people.
Yeah, that's the worst thing about that. The worst thing about that scene is that there's no point to it.
Batman murder aside, Lex Luthor wanted Batman to beat Superman, but he was also trying to make a weapon to beat Superman.
Yes.
He really didn't want them to fight for no reason at all, or did he?
I've known a few women like you.
Oh, I don't think you've ever known a woman like me.
And the early stuff with Wonder Woman's kind of neat. If you're just going to hint at Wonder Woman in the future.
Sure.
But when she shows up with the sword to hack at the disco monster.
And the rock music's playing.
It was just so out of place in this film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was watching those scenes and I was like, this could be fun in another movie.
Did you like the scene when Wonder Woman looked on a laptop? On the different superheroes from the Super Friends or whatever.
Yeah, Rich,
League?
you know about comics. Obviously, this movie is setting up the Justice League. In this movie, Lex Luthor is apparently responsible for assembling all these characters and even giving them each individual logos.
Well, he gives them the logos, which is neat. I don't think...
Is that neat?
I don't think... Well, no. But I don't think he was trying to assemble them. I think he was just keeping... Yeah, he was keeping tabs on them.
And then Batman finds this and he's like, he sends it in an instant message on AOL to...
Very secure.
Yeah. to Wonder Woman's laptop. I don't know how he has her instant messenger address.
Well, it was in Lex Luthor's computer that he hacked somewhere.
Yeah. He's like, well, check out this. So wait, Lex Luthor was keeping tabs on other superheroes because he wanted to destroy them too, because he wanted to be the most powerful person?
I don't know. They're doing it backwards. Marvel started really slow. Iron Man, who at the time nobody gave a fuck about Iron Man. Do an Iron Man movie. Thor, nobody gives a fuck about Thor. Captain America, people kind of care about that. And they built up to the Avengers. That was down the road. That was years ahead in the plan. Yeah. They're starting off with the Justice League movie. This is basically the Justice League movie.
Well, it's the setup for it, yeah.
Wonder Woman shows up, and it's half the Justice League.
Sure.
And now we're supposed to care about the smaller ones. It's like...
I don't think there's smaller ones though. They started big and they're going to get bigger.
No, Jay, no. The next film, they're backtracking and they're making a Ben Affleck solo Batman movie, which I actually might.
I would rather see that than this.
But
yeah.
What's worse is they're making a Wonder Woman movie, and I couldn't understand what that bitch was saying. She was a terrible actress.
Well, for me, with Wonder Woman, I feel like I have been given such a huge opportunity to show the strong, beautiful side of women, finally. And... Thank you.
That was like when an athlete goes on Saturday Night Live and tries to act. Just terrible. I don't want to watch a feature with her. And then they're making an Aquaman movie, which was laughable.
Well, when he comes
out of the submarine and he's like, wow, with like the trident, and I'm like, is this a joke? It reminded me of the video footage of the lion in The Happening.
Oh yeah, when the guy feeds his own arms to the lion.
I was laughing out loud.
Yeah.
I was supposed to take. I have zero interest, and I'm sure 90% of the world does too, of seeing an Aquaman movie, a solo movie. If you want to make a Justice League movie, that's fine, but that's a dead end right there. Justice League done.
Outside of Batman and Superman, DC is just full of really lame characters.
That's true.
You sound like you have a Marvel bias. The only reason you dislike this movie is because you're biased towards Marvel. It has nothing to do with the fact that they're doing things intelligently and correctly and taking their time. It's just that you have a bias against these DC movies.
And that Marvel movies are fun.
Yeah, who wants fun in their superhero movies?
That son of a bitch brought the war to us.
Consider this mercy.
Do you bleed? You will.
Stay down! If I wanted it, you'd be dead already.
Superhero movies are just angry people that yell and kill.
And punch each other.
And they just knock over buildings. They don't give a fuck. That's a superhero.
When I see a superhero movie, I want to come out of the theater crying.
Well, I have good news for you.
Suicidal.
Maybe like Spider-Man, if this movie bombs enough, they'll be desperate enough just to let Marvel do it.
They'll turn over the rights of Superman to Marvel.
Yeah.
You guys look like you know what you're doing.
Just do it. And you know what? Marvel would probably set up a fantastic Marvel versus DC film.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, they just give up all their rights. Like $10 billion. Here, take all these fucking terrible characters.
We tried. We put all our faith in Zack Snyder. I don't know why. Maybe you can do it better.
So I think with Batman v Superman, you're gonna get a movie that certainly lives in a real world, but certainly has, I believe, has much more sort of cinematic markers.
It would be like Zack Snyder would direct half the film. They would go to one side of the room, and it would be like all dark and violent, and the other side would be like, we're on Zack's side of the city. Everyone's gonna get murdered. Wait, here comes Ant-Man. Here comes Wacky Paul Rudd.
Ant-Man, do you bleed tiny blood?
I want to see Zack Snyder's Ant-Man.
Oh, God.
But Ant-Man would definitely use his ants to murder people in the Zack Snyder film.
Absolutely, yeah.
We've always imagined God as big, but your God is small. Lofty dialogue that makes no sense.
We were talking before about DC or whoever's in charge of these movies, how they were saying they were concerned that this movie, Batman vs. Superman, would be too smart for audiences. Mm-hmm. After seeing the movie, that's such a fucking joke.
You know, wealth and power and the way power engenders fear, and there were a lot of really ideas that were a little bit too smart for me to understand, but that the movie was trafficking in, and that I thought made it feel real to me and smart, and so I was even more proud to be part of it.
Wait, didn't Lex Luthor put a bomb in a wheelchair? Was that this movie? Or was that a different movie?
That was this movie.
And he blew up Congress?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
He blew up Holly Hunter.
Yeah.
In order to blame Superman for it, but it didn't work at all.
No,
And then no
it's
one
just
cared
another
about it.
pointless scene in a series of pointless scenes.
5 minutes later, I was expecting did Superman burn the Capitol down? No, we hate you, Superman.
No, 5 minutes later, it was like, well, it was the bomb in the wheelchair, and Superman is cleared of all charges.
So their focus group said people didn't like all that collateral damage.
I mean, I kind of appreciate their attempt to have all that pointless destruction in the Man of Steel movie have a purpose in this movie, but it's still just mindless destruction at the end of this movie. Maybe there's no innocent civilians being killed, but it's still the same shit. It's just flames everywhere.
It's the dullest fucking fight.
Yeah, it's just like, and it's so, and we saw the movie in the worst conditions possible. We saw it in 3D, near the front row, off to the side, so everything's fucked, and it's just like shaky cam and like people flying everywhere, getting thrown across the ground, and the camera's following them along.
Blurry mess.
It's a blurry mess, and it's a fight. I mean, there's consequences in the sense that, like, well, if they don't stop the monster, it'll destroy more of the city, but there's no, like, inner,
Doomsday
thing that they have to accomplish.
Doomsday is such a compelling character.
Yeah, it's just a giant monster that they have to stop, and that's the entire ending of the movie.
Why wasn't it like, I know Doomsday is a thing, but in the logic of the movie, like, why wasn't it like a resurrected Zod?
That would have been neat.
I guess that arc, that storyline has already been done, but he like a vengeful Zod, like, you killed me.
Yeah.
Superman.
Where there would be some sort of connection between the villain and Superman.
Now I have more power than you. I'm going to eat people. And he picks up a bus filled with children and just starts going like this. You leave those children alone, Zod. Oh wait, that's Superman.
You leave those children alone, Superman? Superman's about to hurl the bus at Zod.
Wait, Superman, the bus is filled with children. Oh, fuck. I wasn't sure who to root for in this film.
Lex Luthor.
Lex Luthor?
Yeah.
As crazy as he was.
Maybe Lawrence Fishburne. I was really concerned, like, that's a good article. It's going to be a great story. Oh, yeah, monsters and fighting. What's next? What's on tomorrow's edition?
Clark Kent, don't you write that story about that compelling vigilante in Gotham. You cover the local high school basketball team like I told you to. I know you've got a scoop on a very exciting and interesting case, but we need to know if the South Central High Generals can take home the regional sub-championship this year.
That son of a bitch brought the war to us. You know you can't win this. It's suicide.
Batman had nothing to do in the Doomsday fight.
Batman's the most interesting superhero in a way because he's the most human.
He actually had nothing to do.
He shot Doomsday with one more canister of the kryptonite dust. And Doomsday went, and it distracted him for a second while Wonder Woman was holding him with the rope. So both of them worked together to slow down the monster just enough for Superman to fly in with the thing. That's what they worked as a fucking team, Rich. That was the point of the movie. You can accomplish your goal if you work as a team.
Zack Snyder directs the next one. He's really gonna wank off of the Jesus stuff when Superman gets resurrected. It's gonna take place 3 days later.
Do you think they'll follow the comic book version of the death of Superman?
No, because that was really interesting.
He comes.
Fight night. So, Rich Evans, our man, lightning fast VCR repair employee trainee, would you recommend this movie?
I would recommend watching like an edit of all of the Batman stuff.
Okay, that's fair. So I recommend watching the film and leaving immediately after that scene. Although
the fight? You gotta sit through fucking 2 hours before you get to that.
Someone's out there figure out exactly when the fight starts and when it ends. Buy your ticket, watch that part, and leave. Even though it was schlock and Batman beats Superman with the toilet, I loved it. Batman had the big armor on, and I was like,
I did like the glowing eyes.
Yeah,
like visually, it was fine.
Well, how could Superman fight Batman, or vice versa?
By punching him really hard, and then the fight's over.
Yeah.
No. But Batman had some tricks up his sleeve.
Oh, like when he had him on a rope and was swinging him around and smacking him into the fucking walls?
That reminded me of Freddy versus Jason. You remember that part?
Oh, yeah.
When Freddy's using dream powers to like smash Jason around. I had flashbacks of that. But no. He weakened Superman with kryptonite dust and then beat shit out of him. That was awesome.
Why didn't he just make like a gun full of kryptonite bullets?
He only had so much, Rich. It was a very rare commodity that was found in the Indian Ocean.
Use the shit you made that spear out of and you make the kryptonite bullets. Kryptonite brass knuckles. And then there's no limit to how often you can punch Superman in the face. You don't have to, the dust wears off, but brass knuckles last forever. Do you know in the comics there's a kryptonite ape? There's an ape that shoots out kryptonite beams from his eyes.
Okay.
Because apparently at some point in DC's history, there was an issue of a comic with an ape on the cover that sold unusually well for no good reason. And there was a mandate that they had to have more apes. This is a fact.
I really want to see that memo. We need more apes. This movie could have used more apes. It could have used more baboons driving tanks.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Firing kryptonite dust at Superman. Jay, would you recommend this?
No, not at all. I thought this movie was miserable. The first hour and a half was boring. The second hour, the first half, I was like, the scenes are so like disconnected from each other that I was thinking like, I just wanted to yell, "Get on with it!" And then the second half of the movie, I just wanted to keep yelling, "Ends."
If you could rewrite the script a bit, give Lex Luthor motivation, give him a reason to do the crazy things he's doing.
We need another hour.
I know, and fix Superman where he's not like a hypocrite monster, where he is a contrast to Batman. You can make this work.
You could make this movie work with a completely different story. Yes, absolutely.
With a highly changed story, you could make it work.
Yeah, but if Superman is Christopher Reeve Superman, Batman wouldn't violently hate him so much.
Yeah.
So you're fucked either way. I'm sorry.
Maybe.
The most talented screenwriter in the world could possibly write some kind of story out of this. Either way, it's just a mess. It's a big mess. They didn't need Wonder Woman in there. They didn't need any component of this, other than the freak show of Batman fighting Superman, which got everyone into the circus tent. This way to the egress.
It's such a shame. It's such a shame. I mean, this is the you know, the big chance. This is, you know, Superman versus Batman, and as a huge fan of the Batman comic books, it's like they can't. Where do they?
Well, it's been a week or two since we were transported back in time and Plinkett's house put back in its proper place by aliens who gave us a very important mission, which for the life of me I can't remember what it was.
It must not have been too important then.
No, I mean, aliens intervene in human history every so often, you know. The building of the Great Pyramids, and then now.
When?
Oh, when they transported us back in time to do something.
Oh, I forgot that part too.
I think, Jay, it may have been for us to watch movies and review them.
Why would we do that? That sounds like a horrible waste of time.
But anyways, I saw several films recently. 2, to be exact. Did you also perhaps see the same 2 films I did?
I don't know. What 2 films did you see?
10 Cloverfield Street, or Nightmare on Cloverfield Street, whatever the hell it was called, and Me, Earl, and the Dying Girl. No, Me, Myself, and Irene. Me, Him, and Her. A film by the venerable Max Landis.
10 Cloverfield Lane stars John Goodman as Harry, Howard, and Mary Elizabeth Winstead as Nadine, Michelle, and then some other guys also there. While it doesn't seem to be a sequel to Cloverfield, it does borrow its name for marketing purposes. Mike, what did you think of 10 Cloverfield Lane?
I loved this film, Jay. It was very good. I hadn't heard about it until the minute before I saw it.
That's the case with everybody. They made this movie completely in secret. Nobody knew it existed until like a month ago.
Yeah, and there was kind of like the marketing angle with the first Cloverfield movie. It was very like cryptic, like, what is it? What is it? And then I was like, oh, it's a Godzilla knockoff.
Well, that's the thing, is like there was all sorts of viral
half in the bag. Isn't it about time they end this show?
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
I can't believe that comic book nerd was in on the conspiracy to kill us.
Jay, everyone's involved in a conspiracy to kill us.
Oh man. We should make some phone calls to other VCR repairmen.
That's a good idea. See if they know anything about what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh shit, my phone's about to die.
Oh. I must have misplaced my phone.
Oh, maybe I can get one call out. I'll call your phone and see if it's around here
Okay,
somewhere.
yeah, maybe I dropped it.
It's right nearby. What?
Oh, I ate it. I guess I thought it was food.
Damn it, my phone just died. Who around here has a phone we could use?
You realize whose house we're nearby, don't you? Something's different in here.
Oh my god, you're right. Plinkett got rid of his little rug.
What are you talking about? Look around. New furniture, HD TV, Blu-ray player. Is that a Roku?
Hey, look, there's a note on the back of the door.
Oh.
Let's open up the note and read it to find out what it says.
Okay.
Dear Harry, I must say I am so proud that you got rid of your old VCR and crappy television and made the big leap into HD TVs and Blu-ray. We had some great times together, Harry, especially all the awkward and terrible sex. Unfortunately, I don't think things will work out between us, and I need to move on to the next phase of my life. I wish you the best. Love, Sheila.
Sheila.
There's something suspicious about all this.
You're right, Jay, there is. But we came here to use the phone, and that's what we gotta do.
Right.
Let's start by calling Phil from Phil's Electronics on Broadway.
That's a great idea. You know, Phil's a nice guy. I'd hate to see anything bad happen to him.
Yeah. Oh, the phone just started ringing.
Huh.
Should I answer it?
Yeah, answer the phone.
Okay. Hello?
Hey, is this Mr. Harry S. Plinkett?
Pretend to be Plinkett.
Oh, yeah, this is Harry Asplinger. Who's this?
That's the worst Plinkett impression I've ever heard. He's gonna think you're a fake.
Shut up!
Well, Mr. Plinkett, this is Jabber from Jabber and the Man, WBBL Morning Radio. Congratulations! You and your lovely girlfriend Sheila have won tickets to an advanced screening of The Dark Knight Rises!
Oh, thank you. Jay, find a wig. I'll explain on the way.
There's a storm coming.
You sound like you're looking forward to it.
I'm adaptable.
Hello and welcome to Half in the Bag. I'm Mike.
And I'm Jay.
And on this episode, we'll be talking about The Dark Knight Rises, which is the third and final film in the very popular series directed by Christopher Nolan. The movie is about Batman and the villainous Bane endlessly punching each other in the face. But it's also about Heath Ledger's dead and is not in the movie. So, Jay, what did you think of The Dark Knight Rises?
You know, I was actually surprised by how much I enjoyed this movie. What are you looking at?
This TV feels weird.
I guess that's kind of in the way, isn't
I
it?
always have this weird feeling like whenever we talk about movies, someone's watching us.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I get the same feeling, but it's a little bit different this time. It's like this TV is
Yeah, it's a really ominous presence.
Yeah, should we change our setup maybe?
Yeah, let's move seats.
Okay.
Let's talk over here. So, you were saying?
Well, to briefly sort of establish my relationship with this series of movies, I'm not the biggest fan of the Christopher Nolan Batman movies going into this.
Why not?
And I'm also not the biggest fan, really, of Christopher Nolan.
Why not?
We'll get into this later, I'm sure, but the passionate love for him or the complete hate for him. There's both ends of the spectrum. I guess you could say I fall somewhere in the middle. So going into this movie, I didn't have really any expectations. I assumed it would be decent, but nothing beyond that. That being said, I thought this movie fucking ruled.
Wow, that's high praise.
On a pure, just sort of visceral level, on just a spectacle level, I was thoroughly entertained.
Well, my general reaction is, and I agree with you, visceral and spectacle are good words to describe this movie. I really liked the movie as well. I would say almost as much as The Dark Knight, maybe a teensy bit more.
I would say the Dark Knight is probably a better movie. It's a better film.
Yeah.
But this one I found more entertaining.
Yeah. The Dark Knight, of course, everyone just goes straight to Heath Ledger. It's the Heath Ledger movie.
Yeah.
And then you have this situation where it's like, well, okay, Heath Ledger's dead. Now what do you do? Like, how do you top that? The Joker's plan wasn't as grandiose or as destructive as Bane's plan. So it's like, well, this movie, the plot is bigger and more bigger things happen. And it had the potential of really just turning into a clusterfuck or blowing up in their face. And I think it managed to rein it in and hold on the whole way through.
I like that they didn't try and top it in that respect. Like, a lot of people are saying, you know, even people that seem to like this movie are saying, well, it's really good, but it doesn't have as strong of a villain.
Right.
And I think Bane is a fine villain in this movie. It's not trying to outdo Heath Ledger. It's not trying to recapture that sort of spirit. It's a completely different animal altogether.
This one kind of pulls the villain out a little and brings up all the other parts to stronger levels that were sort of lacking in The Dark Knight.
It's the first Batman movie, not just in the Nolan movies, but in any Batman movie, where I think I actually gave a shit about Batman.
Yeah.
That's the conundrum of all the Batman movies, is that he's always the least interesting thing about them.
He's broken in the beginning. He's kind of crippled. It's been 8 years since the last movie. He's sort of out of the game, and he really has like an arc in this one that he really didn't, except for the first movie. And it's really The Dark Knight Rises. That's what the movie's about. So it does focus more on Batman, as a Batman movie should.
What are you? I'm Gotham's reckoning.
I would like to see a superhero movie with a smaller story. I would like to see a Batman takes out this crime syndicate kind of story.
EPSA said link.
But
don't see it on MMO-CHAMPION.com or Wowhead.
Also work.
Yeah.
Because I was sort of like, I was a little disappointed in the MacGuffin bomb. We have a wacky device that will
that didn't bother
do this.
Me at all.
It bothered me slightly. But all the other elements outshined it, which was what made it work. If it was just that, Bane wants to take the bomb and put it up on top of the Statue of Liberty or this whatever, the Statue of Gotham, and blow it up and turn everyone into people with things on their mouth. You know, like if it was something like that, I would have gone, like, 'cause that's what Spider-Man was.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm so sick of this, but they took it to such a level where it becomes just like apocalyptic event where the whole city is under siege and their way of life changes. The police are like this underground force, and it takes it out of control.
And that's why, for me, it's more entertaining than The Dark Knight, is just because, for me personally, that's the kind of thing that I think is interesting and cool, is just seeing, I did compare it to Escape from New York, where the city's blocked off, and just seeing a society just completely collapse. And that's one of the reasons I'm interested in certain zombie movies too, is just seeing a society completely in ruins and how people deal with it and survive. And yeah, it's epic in this movie, which is the only way you can go with the previous Nolan movies. They've been constantly ramping up. There's nowhere to go with this, so I guess they have to reboot it at this point, because you can't get any Batman in space, maybe? Maybe they'll shoot Batman into space.
It's the Pharisee said Twitter.
I won't bury you. Buried enough members of the Wayne family.
It takes everything to a whole new level.
We were in this together.
What was neat to see in this one too was that, because the first two just sort of feel like two separate Batman stories, and this one sort of takes elements from each of those two earlier movies and adds to it and combines it, so the whole series of 3 movies sort of gets wrapped up in a nice little bow. It all sort of ties together.
Well, overall, I think it's safe to say we both really liked Batman Forever. What is this movie called? It's a quality production. It's sort of just like this big clunky, loud, awesome thing. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Sure,
It's not perfectly beveled on all the corners. It's not shiny. It's not flawless.
It's a movie that is really eager to please. It made me think of like the old, like golden age of Hollywood movies, like the big musicals and the big spectacle films with hundreds of extras and dance numbers, and it's like, we're trying, really, we're trying so hard to entertain you.
When on the opposite end of that, Spider-Man feels like a cheaply made piece of crap.
Well, and that's the thing, is like, you know, Dark Knight Rises, it's not a perfect movie. It has problems. I would say the biggest one for me is that it starts off a little clunky. The first act or so of the movie is it takes you a while to kind of get into what's going on, because there's a lot of characters and there's a lot of things in the air. It's a little jumbled, but once all those pieces are in place, I say it's smooth sailing. Everybody has their assignments. Everybody has things to do. There's nice little revelations throughout the story to keep you engaged.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them are predictable, some not so much, but at least they're there.
Yeah.
It's not, the lizard wants to turn people into lizard people. Spider-Man has to stop him, and then that's it.
Well, I will acknowledge your point, but I don't agree with it that the beginning was clunky. I thought it was fine. Like, as far... the pacing was fine. It's just, it was so long since the last film, and not in our terms, but in the movie terms, it's been 8 years. So there was all these scenes and things, and you sort of have to get reacclimated to what's going on. Like, Bruce Wayne is a shut-in, and, you know, this person's in charge of the Harvey Dent has died, and all this stuff you have to kind of get into. And that was fine, and it's so long until you see the Batman come back, and that's what was great.
The rest of the time it's focused on Bruce Wayne, it's focused on, you know, Bane, all these other characters.
Bruce Bane, don't forget about him.
Bruce Bane? I don't remember Bruce.
He was a character in there, and it got confusing after a while, because they didn't know if they were talking about Bruce Wayne or Bane. There's a guy named Bruce Bane in the movie. It's like, whose fucking idea was that?
That seems like a horrible decision.
Yeah.
That Christopher Nolan's a overrated heck.
He is. And there's another character named Bruce Banner, which is like, it was unrelated, it was spelled differently.
And then the part of the movie where they all traveled to Brisbane?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Bruce Bane in Brisbane with Bruce Wayne and Bruce Banner. And they're all watching basketball. So let's talk about the actors briefly.
Okay.
Before we get into the meat of this review and bitch about plot holes. When I first heard that Anne Hathaway was cast in the movie, I had the same reaction when I heard that Heath Ledger was cast in the movie. It's like, Heath Ledger is the Joker, what?
Yeah.
And then he turned out to be brilliant, and then Anne Hathaway turns out to be brilliant as well.
That's why I wasn't concerned about her being Catwoman.
Yeah.
Because I was like, you know what, at this point, he's earned my trust.
Right,
You got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
I was like, Anne Hathaway, the girl that ruined the Oscars? The only one I didn't like was that guy that played the police commissioner, the other police commissioner.
Oh, Matthew Modine.
He was just like shouting his lines, and it's just like bad.
Well, he was just sort of there. I mean, that whole character was kind of pointless. And that would be one complaint I'd have, is that there's just probably too many characters. I did think it was pretty cool to see Tom Lennon show up for a scene.
Yeah.
And I also like that he played a doctor, because then in my brain I like to imagine that even though in What's Your Number he was a gynecologist, I'd like to pretend that it's the same character, and that What's Your Number exists in the same universe as Batman.
Tom Lennon just goes, it's like the weirdos I see at my hospital.
Barrett, it's Allie. Oh. We dated for like 3 months.
I have seen worse cartilage on your knees. Scar tissue on your kidneys. I cannot recommend that you go hella skiing.
And then, of course, Tom Hardy as the Bane.
Yeah.
Who we all know Tom Hardy, who got his acting career started in Star Trek Nemesis as the Shinzon.
Oh, Shinzon.
Good old Shinzon.
Kill everything on that ship.
Who sounded like Dr. Evil in that movie, and Bane sounds like Dr. Evil too. Right now, I'm Dr. Evil. And it's like, oh no!
See, to me, it felt like his accent kept changing throughout this movie.
Yeah.
And at some parts he sounded like Sean Connery talking through a tin can. And then there were other parts where I had no idea what the fuck he was saying.
I really liked the Bane voice.
I thought it came off comical in a lot of scenes.
But, well, you know, hey, it sounded like a prank phone call voice to me. Like when you get a prank phone call with someone with a voice changer, where it sounds like, I've got the money. Meet me at the corner of whatever street, and if you want to see your daughter alive. Like, where it's not just like a movie voice. Like a typical movie would be like, he needs to sound like a really evil monster. I'm Bane. it was so strange that it made it creepy.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And
it was
that's just my
strange.
personal response.
I would say to me what made it more off-putting was the fact that it was so like forefront in the soundtrack. It wasn't like mixed in a way where it matched the volume of other characters. It was just, it was distorted, but it was very clean.
Yeah.
And that was off-putting to me.
It was a commanding voice. And I think the reason why it was so loud and it wasn't like mixed into the soundtrack in the background, like if Bane's far away, it's quieter. You know, I think it's just like whenever he spoke, it's like you knew he was the guy, like, I'm Bane, and he's the guy in charge. And I think that was a stylistic choice.
You know what my favorite line of dialogue by Bane in this movie was?
What was that?
When he said,
that was my favorite line too.
Yeah. A close second was when he said,
did you say sit on my face?
Well, that's what he said.
Oh, I think that was Anne Hathaway who said that.
Oh. You sure it wasn't the homeless guy that was sitting behind you in the theater?
Why didn't you just kill me? Your punishment must be more severe.
So Bane came from the same place that Shinzon did, which I was laughing. I was like, Bane was born in like a hellish prison world underground, and there's like a big tunnel to escape from, and it's the same thing in Star Trek Nemesis.
Do you think Christopher Nolan was influenced by Star Trek Nemesis?
I think he watched it and said, "That's my Bane." That's the next Adam Sandler film. That's My Bane.
That's My Bane.
Starring Adam Sandler and Tom Hardy as Bane.
Dude, could I borrow the core?
Selena Kyle has her own code of ethics, which sometimes involves doing things that other people might consider questionable.
Yeah, I love the Catwoman in this movie.
She's really good. Yeah.
She's really good.
She's really good.
And they didn't overdo her.
Well, they never even call her Catwoman. And I like the fact that her little goggles are what make her little cat ears.
Yeah,
She
yeah,
flips
her
them
night
down.
vision
It's like,
goggles.
That's makes sense in the Christopher Nolan, more real version of Batman.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. She has a cat burglar outfit, but they don't like, you know, kind of, they have one shot where she walks around the Bat motorcycle, and you see kind of her doing a little sexy walk, but they don't over-exploit her, her figure or show her ass all the time or anything like too goofy like that. And you barely see her in the cat suit.
Yeah.
It's more about her character, and the same with all the other characters in this movie. It's that's what makes the costumes and the superheroism and all that goofy stuff in it work, is it's because it's supplemental. It's not primary.
Yeah.
Unlike the Spider-Man movie.
Well, and there's
they
no...
tried it with the Spider-Man movie, but
yeah.
it was like they fell on their fucking face.
Well, and there's no show-offy moments in this.
No.
Like, everything feels very natural, and it's all in service of the story.
Right.
Like, the first time Batman does show up after, whatever, 45 minutes or an hour into the movie, there's not that, like, hero shot.
Mm-hmm.
He just sort of, you see him, the back of his vehicle, and then he's just standing there holding his gun. You're like, there's Batman.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost more exciting than if they did the... Because that's the thing, another, you know, we both, I think, like The Avengers, but that's a movie that's nothing but, like, nerdgasm shots. The famous one where it's going around all the characters. Everything in that is a big, like, look at this. These guys are awesome. And this is much more subdued and natural.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to bring up The Avengers because when you're talking about this movie versus that movie, they're two movies that work in their own style.
Yeah. But they're on such opposite ends of the spectrum of what you can do with a comic book superhero movie.
And then right in the middle you have The Amazing Spider-Man. So you have The Avengers, which is goofy, colorful, unrealistic, show-offy, and then you have Batman, which is a little more darker, realistic, and then in the middle they tried to do a Spider-Man that was closer to Dark Knight, but
you still have a giant lizard monster.
But you still have those goofy elements that you have, like Joss Whedon knew exactly what to do with that material. Christopher Nolan knows exactly what to do with his material, and then they picked, you know, the best guy possible, Mark Webb, to handle that material.
The only one that could have done a better job would have been Brett Ratner.
Yeah.
If you're looking for total mediocrity and someone that'll just be subservient to the studio, like, he's the guy you go to.
I think he called Brett Ratner for advice, like on the big night before a shoot.
Yeah.
Brett, how do I make this as bad as I can? And Brett Ratner's like, let me just tell you, I got all sorts of tricks. Do whatever they tell you to do. Make it look like the other movie. And then just cash that paycheck, Webb.
Do you think he's coming back? I don't know.
Continued in part 2. Part 2.
So anyway, Mike, what are your thoughts on Christopher Nolan?
Well, the first movie I saw by Christopher Nolan was Memento, and ironically, I can't remember it. I've seen his Inception, of course, and then the Batman movies, and I may have seen another Christopher Nolan movie, I don't know. All I know about Christopher Nolan is...
How do you do that?
But progressively, his movies seem to be louder and bigger.
Faster, louder, more intense?
Louder, faster, more intense, and they're like a herd of elephants coming at your face. I liked Inception a lot.
Yeah.
There's lots of things I didn't like about it, but it's very polarizing because there's two different, it's like politics, you know, right and left, where it's like you get pulled in one direction. The people that are more open to like these, like, wow, the spectacle, I love the spectacle, and it's very emotional. You have a lot of emotions during his movies. The other side is the technical kind of minded people where they're like, that doesn't make sense, this doesn't make sense, like, and then who might not get the emotional impact. You and I think, can balance both of those out in our brains.
Yeah.
But general movie-going audiences might be like, wow, that was great, that was so deep and thing, and what? That was a bunch of fucking crap. And I think that's why he's polarizing, because he does have both of those elements in his movies.
Yeah.
His movies can be kind of clunky and like, what? Like, that's stupid. And at the same time, you could be like mesmerized.
I think while you're watching his movies, you're just, transfixed, and you're really engaged in what's happening because of the visuals and the pacing of it, and especially the scores that he uses are just this constantly driving music that gets you pumped and gets you excited.
I was noticing that when we were watching it, and that's a big point to bring up, is the music, because these movies probably would not work as well without that score. Some guy sent me a video that he made once where he removed all the music from the ending of E.T. And replaced all the sound. And it's like, wow, it's just so dry.
Yeah.
He's walking up the little ramp, it's like, and there's just wind blowing and everyone's just staring. And it's so awkward and emotionless and dead. When they say sound is 60% of the movie, there's an expression like that. It's not 50-50, it's more than the image.
Yeah.
So it's super important in the Christopher Nolan movies. And there's the editing and the shooting, which is a whole other topic.
Yeah. Well, each movie sort of gets more competent as far as the action shooting and editing goes. Like, you look at Batman Begins, and it's the shaky cam, close up, lots of shaky cam, quick cutting, so you're not really sure what you're looking at, but I guess something is happening that's exciting. A little more streamlined in The Dark Knight, and much, much better executed in this one, I thought.
Yeah. And I always get that in these Batman movies, the Christopher Nolan ones, where you're watching it and you're like, where is this person at? Is this person facing this way? Which direction is this car going in? And it's different from like a Michael Bay kind of movie where it's just like craziness, action going on, all the cameras like going, because they're shot more traditionally, but at the same time, it feels like, and I don't know if this is true or not, it feels like Christopher Nolan's sort of a sloppy shooter. He's more of a big picture guy, like, it's a big movie, everybody, like Ed Wood. It's not about the details, it's about the big picture.
Well, speaking of Ed Wood, there's a moment in this movie where it goes from day to night in the matter of like a minute.
Oh, really?
In the middle of, when they're right after the stock market scene.
Oh, yeah.
When they have that, 8 minutes to download this program or whatever, and they're driving, and it's like 8 minutes, 7 minutes, and it's daylight out, and then it's down to like 5 minutes, and all of a sudden it's night. I was like, that's a really bizarre mistake to make in such a big movie.
I always visualize the editor in the editing room like pulling their hair out, going,
trying to piece this
I'm trying to make,
puzzle together.
I don't have a shot of this.
Yeah.
Because some of it comes across that way. I'm sure that's not the case. I'm sure, but it comes across that way.
Yeah.
He turns those big action movies into something very intimate and emotional.
So, Jay, why do you think everyone on the internet hates Christopher Nolan?
I don't know. I don't pay a lot of attention to it. I try to avoid the extreme negativity because I just don't care. But
I've heard the elderly hate him the most.
Why would the elderly hate him?
I don't know. They just fucking hate him. The elderly all get on their message boards and they go to the bingo hall. And it's the all the talk of the town in the bingo hall.
Really?
They say, Christopher Nolan, his movies have so many plot holes.
Just everything?
He's
everything?
an overrated hack.
Huh.
B-23. Bingo!
It's not retarded 13-year-olds that read things on websites and just copy and paste it as their own opinion. They're not the ones that are saying horrible things about him?
No, it's the elderly.
Okay, that's good to know.
I don't
it's
know
a good
why.
frame of reference.
They're very angry about Inception.
Wow. No, I don't know. To me, I don't see him as a brilliant filmmaker. I don't see him as a genius. I would put him more in the category of a J.J. Abrams than I would, someone like Paul Thomas Anderson or David Fincher. He makes very effective movies, as far as I'm concerned. Visceral, emotionally effective movies.
But they're big and sloppy.
But they are big and sloppy.
And that's where the plot holes come in.
I guess that's why I don't have an issue with him, because I don't see his movies as trying to be intelligent. Like when I saw Inception, as I saw it and I was like, that's a clever twist on the typical sort of heist movie or thriller movie. And I was actually surprised by how simple it was.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you can't keep track of the dream in a dream in a dream, maybe it seems intellectual or confusing or too heavy, but I didn't have any issues with it. And I was just like, that's a clever action movie.
Same here. I got a lot of emails about Inception. People send me emails. I think they're accidentally sent to me. I must have the email address of somebody else. But I get a lot of emails about Inception. This doesn't make sense. This character shouldn't be there. This technically, blah, blah, blah. There's so many mistakes and plot holes in Inception. And at the end, to me, it's like, when I watched it, I had the same reaction as you. I watched it, I understood what was happening, but I could see how this didn't make sense here or there. But at the end of the movie, I was like, oh, okay, this is a story about a guy dealing with the death of his wife and how he caused that death. And that's all. It was a little emotional core of the movie. And when a movie has an emotional core, the framework around it isn't as important as a movie that's about the framework of a movie, about a linear narrative story. And every movie should have an emotional core of some kind, but with the Christopher Nolan movies and the Batman movies, they're very, they're artistically done, they're emotional, they're poetic, kind of. The logic doesn't always make sense, but it's more about feelings.
Yeah.
Let's talk about our feelings. It's more about that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure when people watch The Dark Knight Rises, like, you'll have somebody out there that will complain about the ending with where Alfred says earlier in the film, I want to someday be on vacation, worry-free, and just to run across you with a nice lady enjoying your life. Because Alfred's MO in the movie is, I want to see Bruce Wayne lead a normal life. He's his caretaker. So at the end of the movie, Alfred does indeed run into Bruce Wayne. And so someone will go, well, how did Alfred know where he was going to be? That's an amazing coincidence.
Right.
He just happens to be sitting in a seat that's facing Batman when he's facing that way, and they happen to see each other? Like, what kind of coincidence is that? And you're like, no, it was the point of the scene was that Alfred got what he wanted in the end.
Yeah.
And that was concluded to a satisfactory level, to an emotional level. It wasn't about the logic of it.
Yeah.
And I may sound hypocritical saying stuff like that because I've often complained about the Star Trek movies and the Star Wars movies.
You have?
I have. But when you watch, let's just say, for example, a Star Trek The Next Generation feature film where it's about the plot. It's very narrative, it's very linear, very basic.
Very straightforward.
Very straightforward. And it's like, this happens, this happens. That's a type of movie where you can just go, what? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But with something like this, it's done, it's about the presentation. And it's done in this artistic kind of freestyle way where there's this music and it's almost like you can say plot holes are forgivable in certain types of movies, like Inception. That's a good example because you're never going to get that movie right.
Yeah.
But once you realize what the movie's about at its core, then you can go, okay, that's fine.
Well, plot holes and nitpicking, that stuff is fun when you're watching a movie that is just rotten to the core.
Yeah.
If it doesn't have that core element of either, as you said, an emotional core or just a really interesting story. I mean, Terminator 2 has plot holes.
Right.
And that's a great movie. Lots of movies have plot holes.
It doesn't make them bad movies.
It doesn't make them bad movies.
Like Batman, there's another plot hole that someone will point out, or I'm sure someone has. Batman goes away, gets trapped in a prison. Gotham gets locked down by terrorists, or Bane is the terrorist leader. They blow up all the bridges. You can't get in or out. They have police everywhere, and that's the whole point of the ending is no one can get in or out. And then Batman just shows up, or Bruce Wayne just shows up, without any of his gear or gadgets or planes. Somehow he just walks into the city, and he just appears from the mist, and he's like, "I'm here now."
That was the only moment in the movie where that element kind of took me out of the movie for a moment.
That was I was like,
how did he
that
get
was
back?
The biggest plot hole.
Yeah.
But the point wasn't how he got back. The point was that he's back.
Yeah.
And that's the thrust of it. He has returned, and he's come back to this city. It's almost like a fairy tale.
Yeah.
Where he's like, how do Hansel and Gretel really follow all those breadcrumbs? Technically, a bird would have picked it up, or so the wind would have blown those breadcrumbs. But it's the fact that they follow them is the important part.
Yeah.
And it's all about the presentation, and that will anger lots of people that were saying this, but it's kind of the truth. Certain movies you can recognize plot holes because of the logical way they're presented, but if they're presented in a kind of a artistic way, more artistic, more poetic way, then it's more forgivable. Because this movie is not about the plot. It's not about how Bane wants to blow up the thing. It's about the Dark Knight Rising. It's about a character like moving on with his life and kind of overcoming. That was a really great way to tie everything in a nice bow at the end. Was the similarities between him falling in the cave or down the well, and he's looking up and the bats are everywhere. And now Bruce Wayne has to kind of overcome that again and get out once again. A very, very nice way to tie everything together. But how was he able to climb the rocks? It was
Christopher Nolan is an overrated hack.
Yeah.
My mother warned me about getting into cars with strange men.
This isn't a car.
Well, now that we're done talking about The Dark Knight Rises, you know where we gotta go.
Taco Bell.
No. Well, we made it.